Good afternoon and welcome to Rich Schwab Field in Springfield, Oregon. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer and welcome back to Bushnell Beacons softball. It's going to be a tough test today. Beacons taking on the number one team in all of the NAIA, Southern Oregon, a dynasty of NAIA softball coached by Jessica Pistol, a multi-time national champion. The Beacons will have their hands full. They play the top team in the conference, currently tied for last place, trying to climb out of the 9th place tie. 2 games today starting at 2 p.m. The next one will be at 5. And we should look for a good game today. Sarah Martin will get the start. One of the top pitchers in this conference, and really the pitching hasn't been the problem for the Beacons team. Emily Cole and Sarah Martin have made a pretty solid two-headed monster in the circle on any given day. But really it's been the offense that hasn't helped. Welcome back to Rich Schwab Field. Currently tie game, 0-0 the score after 1 inning. Sarah Martin back in the circle, ready to deliver the first pitch of this at-bat against Kennedy Kyla. Kyla stands in, takes the first strike. Now she awaits the second pitch, swings at it, a high drive to left field. It's off the wall. Kyla rounds first, she takes second, she gets there, standing up. And a double for Kyla. Okay. A rainy day in Springfield, Oregon is not going to stop us from playing a little bit of softball. Bushnell Beacon softball here on the Bushnell streaming channel. And we are back for another weekend of action. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer with you, and I will be with you today for a doubleheader against the NAIA #1 ranked Southern Oregon Raiders. Welcome in as we are getting ready to start the first game of the day at 2 p.m. 10 minutes away, and the rain decided to start up after the players finished warming up, and it's picking up. It's going every which way. We'll see what ends up happening here, but the players end up taking the field anyway. We're going to see how long we can get through this one. But here's the situation for the Beacons, sitting at 6-18, 1-11 in conference. They're going to try to turn it around today against a very tough opponent. The Beacons had an 11-game losing streak a little bit ago, broke it versus Carroll. That's 2 weeks ago at this point, but had a tough draw last weekend versus #2 Oregon Tech. Got swept in that series despite putting up a fight in all of those 4 games. Didn't get blown out in any of them. After that, they lost a midweek game to Division III George Fox. And of course, today, it's not going to be any easier against the #1 team, and especially in these conditions. Man, the rain has just multiplied by 1,000 since I started talking here. That may help the offense. Of course, pitching is most affected by rain. And the Beacons might need that. They've been kind of asleep on offense during conference play after a pretty good non-conference slate in Arizona to start the year. They went 5-3 in that slate, and it's been downhill after that. 1-11, 1 win versus Carroll. The pitchers need a little bit more help from the offense. Emily Cole and Sarah Martin had an awesome start to the year, and they continue to hold this team down. But outside of Violet Richardson, Taylor Kenworthy, Riley Peeler, those are the only 3 players hitting with an OPS over 800. And there hasn't been enough offensive consistency so far this year. Errors have also been a huge problem on the defensive end, which isn't new for the Bushnell program. So far, 115 runs allowed, only 67 earned. Southern Oregon, on the other hand, they have been rolling, but weirdly enough, both of these 2 teams come off of losses to Oregon Tech. The Raiders just took their first loss of conference play in that big Clash of the Titans series at home versus the Owls. They split the first 2 games. They will continue that series and finish it after this Bushnell series. But it's been a hotly contested fight for the top of this conference between the Owls and the Raiders. And the Raiders just hoping to keep momentum going into the conclusion of that battle. They're led by Jessica Pistol, a 3-time NAIA Coach of the Year and an architect of 3 national championship teams. Pistol looking for another this year. They finished 3rd in the conference last year, and they have bounced back in a major way. OIT was projected to finish as the conference champion, but now the Raiders have played themselves to the national #1 ranking. Jessica Pistol, a 536 and 229 overall record going into this year with 14 seasons as a head softball coach. And she has won a few national championships already in Ashland. Coach Jim Patrick leads the Beacons out here today. And here we go. Both teams are in the dugouts right now. I think they're just waiting out the call. The umpires are also not out on the field. Home plate meeting happened a little bit ago. We're going to step aside here as we await what happens. Ryan Oppenheimer with you at Rich Schwab Field. It's Bushnell Beacon softball. Back in a moment. Back now in Rich Schwab. Just wanted to give you a quick weather update. The rain is starting to clear up here, and the umpire has just informed us that the game will go on. Maybe a slight delay just to let this shower conclude. Seems like it's already in the process of doing so, and the game will start in just a moment. Bushnell taking on Southern Oregon after this.
NAI and the Cascade Collegiate Conference, we are committed to the true spirit of competition as champions of character, embracing 5 core values of respect, integrity, responsibility, servant leadership, and sportsmanship. Thank your openness uphold those values throughout today's contest. Let's meet the starters for today's game. First, for the visiting Raiders. Leading off at second base, number 22, Vanessa Lang. Batting second, the DP, number 15, Kaylor Fulton. Batting third in left field, number 25, Ari Williams. Batting fourth, the catcher, number 3, Piper Love. Batting fifth in right field, number 5, Haley Seva. Batting sixth, the shortstop, number 14, Sam Pemberton. Batting seventh at first base, number 19, Kennedy Keela. Batting eighth at third base, number 21, Brooke Nordahl. Batting ninth in center field, number 16, Sarah Curley. And pitching for the Raiders, 00, Ayala Davies. And now the starting lineup for your Beacons. Leading off the shortstop, number 24, Taylor Kinworthy. Batting second in center field, number 11, Brooklyn Rondo. Batting third at first base, number 19, Riley Peeler. Batting fourth, the DP, number 15, Violet Richardson. Batting fifth at third base, number 9, Ashlyn Martin. Batting sixth in the circle, number 26, Sarah Martin. Batting seventh in left field, number 2, Brenna Wilson. Batting eighth in right field, number 1, Marina Castaneda. Batting ninth and doing the catching, number 3, Gracie Hamilton. And playing second base for your Beacons, number 5, Shyla Meade. At this time, would you please rise if you are able? Join us for an opening prayer, followed by the playing of our national anthem. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you, Lord, for the game of softball and the chance to come out here and worship you today through sport. We ask, Lord, for an injury-free afternoon. We pray that all we do is done to your glory. It's in your name that we play. Amen.
Good afternoon and welcome to Rich Schwab Field, the home of Bushnell Beacons softball. I am Ryan Oppenheimer, and this is the opener of this weekend series between Bushnell and NAIA #1 ranked Southern Oregon. Sarah Martin gets the start in the circle to begin this series, and she's really been stepping her game up. She began the season starting the second game of the series behind the ace Emily Cole, but has transitioned over time to the game 1 starter role. Always playing with a smile, Sarah Martin, and she will face Vanessa Lang, the second baseman, leading off for the Raiders. Here we go from Springfield. Oregon weather is so bipolar. It looks like a night and day difference from the rain that was happening about 5 minutes ago, but here we are. Martin will pitch to Gracie Hamilton, the starting catcher for Bushnell. And Vanessa Lang is quite the leadoff hitter. Making her 28th start of the year, she has been a regular player as she takes ball 1. 361 hitter Vanessa Lang, a junior from British Columbia. That one catches the outside corner of the zone. Nice pitch for strike 1 from Sarah Martin. Martin has a top 10 ERA in the conference with 2.41. And that one is fouled off to the left side. Martin getting some encouragement from Riley Peeler, her teammate over at first base. The count now 1-2 from Martin to Lang. The pitch. Down in the dirt, swing and a miss. What a pitch for a strikeout from Martin.
Number 15, Kyler Fulton.
Just died over the plate, and Lang went fishing for it. So that brings up Kyler Fulton, the DP, and she has just been taken off this year. A junior also from Delta, British Columbia. Was one of the better hitters in the conference last year, but this year she may be the best. 489 average for Fulton. 43 hits and 88 at-bats. Only 3 of those hits have been for extra bases, though, so the quintessential contact hitter. And she is up early in this count. 3 balls, no strikes from Martin. Got to get back in this count. Martin's pitch catches the outside edge. Keeps Fulton in the box. Fulton's a tough out. Would be a huge boost for Martin. Fulton half swings and it's fouled off to the left side, and the count fills up. The rain may have subsided, but it's still a very windy day here at Rich Schwab. Getting set for the payoff. Martin deals. Swung at and spoiled. Martin comes off of a mixed showing against the OIT Owls, a very tough lineup to pitch against. Delivers the payoff and it's fouled off again. So Sarah Martin had a rough game 1 of that series, allowed 5 runs in 2 innings, was relieved by Cole. But in her next start of that series, she rebounded with a 2-run complete game. Now the 3-2. Swing and a miss, 2 straight strikeouts for Sarah Martin. She is fired up. What a start to her day. Those are 2 of the harder players to strike out in all of the land. That's the 3rd time Fulton has struck out this entire season. And Martin's got a chance for a 1-2-3 inning. Could she strike out the side? She'll face Ari Williams now as Williams fouls that behind her. These Raiders do not really go for the long ball. Bushnell has more home runs than the Raiders. Williams is tied for the team lead with 2 homers. 0-1. Swung at and fouled hard to the left side. Just a tad late, Williams. All 3 of these starters, these top 3 players in the lineup for the Raiders, are from Delta, British Columbia. And they're all juniors. They all know each other quite well. Swing and a miss. Martin strikes out the side. What a start for Sarah Martin. And a 0 on the board for the Bushnell defense. They will try to take the lead after this break. Bottom of the 1st on the Bushnell streaming network after this. Bushnell off to a fantastic start after Sarah Martin struck out the side in the top of the 1st. And now the offense will face the freshman phenom, Ayla Davies. Leading off is Taylor Kenworthy, the regular leadoff hitter. And she has really boosted her average lately. .320 now on the season. Back against Oregon Tech, she had an RBI triple in game 2 of that series. Now takes strike 1 and strike 2. Davies has got the stuff. Star freshman, just recently outdueled All-American Casey Schmidt, widely regarded to be the best pitcher in the entire conference. Oh, is that a bare hand catch from the catcher? I think it is. What a play from Piper Love. It was popped up shallowly by Kenworthy, and quick reaction time from Piper Love to track it down and dive for it for the first out. So Davies gets a quick first out and now faces Brooklyn Rondo. Rondo is still trying to get going as a freshman from Winston, Oregon. Swings and misses at strike one. Davies could be the pitcher of the year in this conference right now. A .74 ERA, 122 strikeouts and 104.1 innings. The 1-1 from Davies to Rondo. High and another swing and a miss. Looked like it was above the zone. That's a tough pitch to hit if you're Rondo. 1-2. Swing and a miss. And first strikeout of Davies' day. Sun is shining through the clouds here in Springfield now. Just in time for Riley Peeler. Violet Richardson had high praise for Riley Peeler to begin the season. Peeler, one of the most fun teammates on this team. Richardson had a lot to say about her energy and positivity as a teammate. Human sunshine, if you will. Takes strike one. Davies' pitch. Sliced foul. And Peeler down in the count early. One of the better hitters on the roster with a .322 average, making her 23rd start. 0-2 pitch. She went fishing. And that is a quick first inning for both teams. Davies gets out of it 1-2-3. Sarah Martin will retake the circle after a stellar first inning when we begin the top of the second on the Bushnell streaming channel. Not sure what Sarah Martin ate for breakfast today, but she is on one. 3 straight strikeouts to start in the top of the first inning, and she will try to continue that dominance into the top of the second inning here at Rich Schwab Field against a Southern Oregon team that is #1 in the conference in batting average. In fact, by a wide margin, they actually have the top 3 players in the entire conference individually in batting average. And the first pitch from Martin to Piper Love is a swinging strike. Piper Love is the starting catcher today. Had a really nice diving catch in the first inning. She grounds that one shallowly to down the third base line and then legs out the single. So the perfect game broken up for Sarah Martin. She did induce pretty weak contact and it just managed to stay fair for Love. There's a chance that may have gone foul, but probably not. Looked like it was right down the line. So a hit for Love. The pitch from Martin. Now Haley Siva at the plate. And it's outside for ball 1. Martin's pitch is low, grounded to short. Kenworthy gets one. Can't get two, though. Nice play from Kenworthy, tossing it over to Meade, getting the force out at second. And a fielder's choice will get Haley Siva on base. Sammy Pemberton now. The shortstop takes ball one high and tight. You don't want to get this Raider lineup going. They have been able to have some really long rallies this season. Pemberton thought about it but didn't swing at it, and that's called a strike. Low and in. Martin attacking the strike zone so far. And when she's not, her stuff is inducing swings and misses. 1-1 with one out. Swinging on top of it is Pemberton. 1-2 now. Haley Siva on first base for Pemberton. On deck, Kennedy Keela. Shallowly hit to Martin. Martin tracks it down, tosses to first, and gets out number 2. Good defense from Martin on the short dribbler. And it was a little glove flip to Peeler at first. That takes some skill. Made it look easy there. And now here's Kennedy Kyla with 2 outs. Siva advanced to second. (1-0). So far, really solid start for Sarah Martin. 2 outs, another chance to get out of this inning scoreless. Strike one taken by Keela. Keela's the first baseman today. Also starts as a pitcher from time to time. Has made 4 starts in the circle with a 2.42 ERA. That's a comebacker right to Martin. Can't make the throw to first, and that is going to score a run. Haley Siva jogs to home plate. That hit Martin pretty hard in the chest. She picked it up, threw to first, but understandable that it rattled her a little bit. The throw just off. Went behind Peeler and allowed Siva to score. Two outs still. And on second base is Keela. Brooke Nordahl at the plate. One ball, no strikes. Nordahl hits that one just over Meade's head at second, and she is on board with a single. Doesn't score a run, though. Keela holds up at third.
Number 16, Sarah Curley.
Not as clean of an inning for Martin. Just kind of an unfortunate sequence of events. She was really dialed in and then was hit with that line drive up the middle, made the throwing error, and has given up a run as a result. Runners at the corners now for Sarah Curley, the 9-hitter. 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Indecisive swing from Curling. Looked like she tried to pull it back, but her momentum made that a swing. No balls, 1 strike. Martin stands in and delivers. Foul ball chopped to the dugout. And Martin in a big spot here. A chance to get out of a jam. Already has given up the 1 run. Keela threatening from third. And an easy steal now for Nordahl. With a runner on third, a wise decision from Gracie Hamilton not to throw that over. Would have been an easy score for Keela. 1-2. Gets the strikeout. Still a very impressive day for Sarah Martin, her 4th strikeout of the day. And we're just 2 innings into this thing. Bottom of the 2nd after this for the Bushnell offense against Southern Oregon. Back in a moment. Here we go in the bottom of the 2nd inning. A sunny day now at Rich Schwab. What did I say about the bipolar Oregon weather? These teams know it all too well. Bushnell down 1-0 after a run scored on an error by Sarah Martin. Still a really good day for her so far. 4 strikeouts. Ayla Davies is a pretty good pitcher herself. A sub-1 ERA. Already got 2 strikeouts to her name. And that was a nasty one to Violet Richardson. The cream of the crop for this Bushnell offense. Davies to Richardson. And that is 2 swings and 2 misses from Richardson. This team's going to need V-Rich if they want a chance to win today. So far, they're in this. 0-2. Richardson holds up. Cold-blooded take. Staying in this at-bat. Can she work back into this? 1 ball, 2 strikes. Davies. Little bit upstairs. And the count is even. That pitch is a ball. So Richardson still fighting, working a longer at bat. 3 straight balls. Davies gets the strikeout. She got her swinging. Richardson put up a fight after swinging and missing at the first 2. Took 3 balls, but a little impatient on that one. Good pitch from Davies. And Martin stands in. Ashlyn Martin. The Sheldon High School graduate. 2-time state champion there. And another swing and a miss. Davies just looks like a veteran out there as a freshman. Puts every ounce of her strength into these pitches. And that one skied to the gap. And a diving catch made by Sarah Curling, robbing Martin of a hit.
Now batting number 26, Sarah Martin.
This Raiders team does it in every aspect of the game. They hit for contact, they score runs, they get strikeouts, and they have a formidable defense. 2 quick outs for Ayla Davies in Southern Oregon. And now it is Sarah Martin. Martin, the two-way player for Bushnell, the 4th highest batting average on the team. In there for strike 1. Count now 1-1 to Martin. 1-1 with 2 outs, nobody on. Way upstairs. This inning would look a lot different if Curling didn't make that diving catch. Swing and a miss from Martin, and now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Davies delivers. Pushed foul by Martin. She protects. And the count stays at 2-2. On deck, Brenna Wilson. Spoils another. Martin has 12 hits and 52 at-bats. Looking for another. 2-2, fouled again. Can't quite catch up to the heat from Davies. Sun is shining bright down on the field today. 2-2. Foul ball. Long at bat for Martin. Lives to see another pitch. Deuce is wild. We will do it again. Fighting with 2 outs. Wind is blowing in pretty heavily. 2-2 pitch. Just outside, it looked like. And the count is full. Really impressive eye. Davies looking for her 4th strikeout. Won't get it on that pitch. This is a really impressive at-bat at a high leverage situation. Bushnell offense has got to get something going. Still in this game, down 1-0 early. Don't want to get down big on these Raiders. 3-2 from Davies. Popped up, out of play. Martin always has a smile on her face, but make no mistake, she is a fighter. Grounds it foul. How many pitches is this? 13 pitches in the at-bat. Sarah Martin stands in, takes it high and tight, and that's called strike 3. Martin couldn't believe it. Looked like it was near her wrists. 4th strikeout of the day for Ayla Davies, and that is going to end the 2nd inning. Southern Oregon still up 1-0. After this, the 3rd inning on the Bushnell streaming channel. Top of the lineup coming up for the Raiders against Sarah Martin and these Bushnell Beacons. Raiders lead them 1-0. I was saying it's a tough top of the lineup to get out, but Martin made it look pretty easy in the top of the 1st, getting 3 straight strikeouts. And she faces Vanessa Lang for a 2nd time. Picking up right where she left off. That pitch low and in, getting the swing and the miss from Lang. Martin's pitch inside for called strike 2. Efficient day outside of the error. That one hit very softly right to Riley Peeler down the first base line. Out number 1.
Batting number 15, Kyler Fulton.
So Lang 0 for 2. And Kyler Fulton with a low batting stance, only standing at 5'2". Really hard player to strike out. Sarah Martin did it. 2 straight balls from Martin to Fulton. She showed bunt, pulled back, but it's called a strike. Not sure if the barrel broke the plane. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hit softly. Coming on for the play is Ashlyn Martin. But first baseman Peeler could not make the pick. It falls out of her glove. And Fulton reaches base for the first time today. And now the 3-hitter Ari Williams. Got the start in left field. Stolen base attempt. Successful. Good throw from Gracie Hamilton, but maybe a little bit too much of a lofty one. Wasn't quite fast enough, even though it was right on target. And a quick grounder to Martin. Martin throws it onto first for out number 2.
Now batting number 3, Piper Love.
So Williams gets out quickly for the 2nd time today. And Piper Love now. Batting cleanup. Right back to Martin again. She has had a busy day in the field. And Martin puts up a 0. So still no earned runs for Sarah Martin. But her team currently trails 1-0. Bushnell offense will take the field again against Ayla Davies after this break. Bottom 3 action at Rich Schwab Field. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer. You're listening to Bushnell Beacon Softball as the home team trails 1-0 to the number 1 ranked Southern Oregon Raiders. Ayla Davies throws a ball for the first pitch to Brenna Wilson. It is Wilson's first at-bat of the day. Count even at 1-1. 8 hits, 59 at-bats. Slow offensive season so far for the junior. Transferred over from Mount Hood Community College. Came over with Sarah Martin, the current starting pitcher. An NWAC champion there at Mount Hood. 1-2 upstairs from Davies. Doesn't get the call. It's ball 2. Marina Castaneda and Gracie Hamilton also due up after Wilson. Wilson pops that one up to shallow left field. It lands in the infield and drops. And she's in there at second base. Great hustle from Wilson. And that might be the boost that the Bushnell offense needed. Hard to see the ball in the sun right now. Everyone, or a lot of Southern Oregon players wearing goggles out in the field. And looked like the defense just lost track of that. Landed right next to the shortstop, Pemberton. And squaring to bunt is Castaneda. It is tracked down in the air by Brooke Nordahl. Wow. Out number 1. In entertaining fashion.
Number 3, Gracie Hamilton.
Not often you see bunts caught before they hit the ground. Nine-hole hitter Gracie Hamilton up. Starting behind the dish today. Transfer from Blue Mountain Community College. Native of Klamath Falls. Making her 15th start. Fouls back the 0-0. Now the 0-1. And Another foul ball. No. Lands fair and lands in the glove of Lang. Two quick outs.
Now batting number 24.
Still on second, though, is Wilson, hoping not to be stranded out there. And Taylor Kenworthy will begin the top of the order again. Popped out to the pitcher. Excuse me, popped out to the catcher in her first at-bat. Was a very nice play from Piper Love. Fouls the first pitch off. No balls, one strike. Fouled into the shoulder of the umpire. Just like that, he's down 0-2 with 2 outs. Wilson on second for Kenworthy. Swings under it for a 3-pitch strikeout. And that will strand Wilson on second and end the third inning for Bushnell. They still trail 1-0. Sarah Martin will come back out into the circle after this break. Top of the fourth coming up on the Bushnell streaming network. Sarah Martin now 3 innings into her start, has allowed 1 run, 4 strikeouts, no walks. So far, so good. Her team trails, though, 1-0 to the number 1 ranked Southern Oregon Raiders. First pitch drops in for a strike to Haley Siva. And Siva lines that one right to Shyla Mead at second base. And a quick out, number 1.
14, Sam Pemberton.
And that brings up Pemberton, the shortstop. Grounded out to the pitcher in her last at-bat, Martin. 1 ball, no strike from Martin to Pemberton. Grounded to Kenworthy. From short to first, out number 2. Nice throw.
Batting number 18, Kennedy Keela.
And Kennedy Keela now. Very efficient day for Martin. Now 44 pitches into her outing. And we're in the 4th inning. That one popped foul. This is the start that the Bushnell team needed from Sarah Martin. She's come through in big moments. 0-1. In there for strike 2. Outside edge. Keela down 0-2 to Martin. Martin try to put her way here. Popped up and flied to Marina Castaneda. Easy grab for her. And a quick 4th inning for Martin. And that's been how today has gone for Martin and the Beacons. But can they get some offensive momentum going? We'll see after this break in the bottom of the 4th inning on the Bushnell Streaming Network. Brooklyn Rondo due up for the Beacons, with her team down 1-0 to Southern Oregon. Bottom of the 4th getting started here. Holds up, takes ball 1 from Ayla Davies, who so far has been very hard to hit. Scoreless start for Davies as Rondo fouls it back. 5 strikeouts in 3 innings. No walks either. Only 1 hit allowed. That was Brenna Wilson who got it. In the dirt. 2-1 now. Slipped out of Davies' fingers. The freshman Rondo trying to break out of the slump. Outside edge, strike 2. Davies looking for her 6th strikeout. Fouled back. Rondo not going to let it happen on that pitch. And the count 2-2. Rondo struck out swinging in her first at bat. 2-2. And jammed Rondo. High and tight. Indecisive swing and miss.
Now batting number 19, Riley Peeler.
What a pitch. For the first out of the inning. And Riley Peeler will try to start a rally for the Beacons. Takes the first pitch. Called a ball outside. Peeler's sporting the hot pink gloves today. One 0 upstairs and outside. Now 2-0. Peeler does a good job letting the game come to her. Peeler fouls it off. First strike. Good eye guy at the plate so far. Inside pitch, swings at it, and pops it up to Lang for the second out.
Now batting number 15, Violet Richardson.
And Violet Richardson will step up to the plate with 2 outs, nobody on. She also struck out looking earlier. Strike one. Richardson watches it. Stay tuned after this ball game. We will have another one on this very same live stream. Inside. But it's called strike two. 4 p.m. is the start time for game 2 of this series. Richardson fouls it back, and we are just under an hour into this one. It's been a pitcher's duel so far. No balls, 2 strikes. Davies pitching a shutout. Sarah Martin has 1 earned run to her name. Halfway through this. Davies is 0-2. Swung at and shot down the third base line. Just trails foul. Count remains 0-2. Richardson fell behind 0-2 in her first at-bat, then took 3 straight balls to work back into it, but struck out swinging. Right now she's in a hole again. Another foul ball. Straight up and backwards. This crowd and this team in need of some action right now. 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Skips over the head of Piper Love. And Richardson remains in the righty box. 5 home runs this year. That's as much as the entire Southern Oregon team. No one in the conference has hit more. Only one player ties her at that number. 1-2, swing and a miss. Richardson strikes out for the second time, and Davies is still rolling in the circle. Score remains 1-0 Southern Oregon in the lead after 4. Sends to the circle for Bushnell after this break on the Bushnell streaming channel. It remains a defensive battle here at Rich Schwab Field in Springfield. Bushnell trails Southern Oregon 1-0 after 4. We begin the 5th with a strike from Sarah Martin to Brooke Nordahl. The 8-hitter in today's lineup for Jessica Pistol. The sophomore from Canyonville, Oregon, awaits the 1-1 pitch, goes right back on a hop to Martin, and she makes the throw to first. She's done that quite a bit today.
Now batting number 16, Sarah Curling.
One quick out for Martin. 50 pitches into the game. 4.1 innings, 4 strikeouts. She's had maybe her best stuff she's had all season, and it's come in a key moment against the #1 team in the NAIA. Strike 1 now to Sarah Curling. A veteran player. Four-year player for the Raiders. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Pitch outside from Martin. Easy take for Curling. Came into today hitting .474. She struck out once today. 2-1 pitch. She squares to bunt. Couldn't get the barrel on it. Two. That was a late strike call. Foul tip. And the at-bat continues. Curling barely got a piece of it. Was this close to being a strikeout. And after a short word with the umpire, the at-bat continues. 2-2 pitch, outside again. And the count is full. Martin not giving Curling much to hit. Curling also struck out earlier. Fouls it back. Martin getting set for the 3-2 to Curling. And goes right back to Martin again. She leaps for it. Snags it with her glove and throws to first for out number 2. It's been a very good pitching day for Martin. And a busy day on defense. She did make the one throwing error after being hit with the comebacker, but outside of that, she has been sound. Strike 1 to Vanessa Lang. Lang struck out in the first, and in the third, she grounded out to Riley Peeler. And down 0-2 in this count. Lang is transferred from San Mateo in California, a major pipeline for this Southern Oregon team. They get a lot of transfers from there. In fact, 3 San Mateo transfers currently on this roster. Lang, Ari Williams, and Michelle Hara. And throughout history, the Raiders have gotten 3 NAIA Players of the Year to transfer from San Mateo. Hard grounder to third. Ashlyn Martin with a hard throw and the third out. Nice scoop from Martin, and the throw was a frozen rope. So that's another 0 put up for Sarah Martin and the Bushnell defense. And the offense still yet to put a run up on the board. They only trail 1-0 though. Ayla Davies returns to the circle after this break on the Bushnell streaming channel. Welcome back to Bushnell Beacon Softball. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer, and through 4.5 innings, Bushnell trails 1-0 to Southern Oregon. They have put up a fight today, largely thanks to Sarah Martin in the circle, who is on deck right now. Currently at the plate, Ashlyn Martin. And she swings and misses at the first pitch from Davies. Davies has had a lot of swings and misses today. 7 strikeouts in 4 innings. Foul ball, 0-2 for Martin. Martin came into today only hitting 178, but her hits come in big situations. 11 RBI and 13 hits. Pops up to short for out number 1.
Now batting number 26, Sarah Martin.
Sarah Martin follows her. Her last at-bat was absolute cinema. A major duel with Ayla Davies. That one broke the 15 pitch mark. Sarah Martin was just fouling off pitches left and right. But it ended with a called strike 3 high and tight. Martin was right on time for that pitch. Swings at the high one, and she is on board with a single. It drops into right field, right in front of Haley Siva.
Batting number 2, Brenna Wilson.
Martin is locked in today on both sides of the ball. Even though she didn't get the hit in the last at-bat, she showed what she's capable of, and it paid off with the hit there. She will be pinch ran for by Montana Love, getting some deserved rest before she comes out to pitch. Brenna Wilson will now step into the box. Montana Love on first after the single from Sarah Martin. The second hit of the day for Bushnell. Wilson fouls it off. This has been entertaining. You wouldn't expect the Beacons on paper to be putting up a fight here, but they certainly are. 1-1. That pitch just off the inside edge of the zone. Davies is 66 pitches in. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. 1 runner on first. Bunt attempt from Wilson. It goes foul. With 1 out here, Bushnell looking to start a rally. Wilson, hard hit, and she hits it right to short. Almost a double play. Going 6-4-3. However, Wilson just beats it out.
Now batting number 1, Marina Castaneda.
So Love out at second. And a fielder's choice for Brenna Wilson. Marina Castaneda now popped out on a bunt attempt last time out. And she whiffs at that pitch high and inside. No balls, 2 strikes. On first, Brenna Wilson with 2 outs. Gracie Hamilton on deck. And she waves at the 0-2 for the strikeout. Bushnell again strands a runner on first base. And the score remains 1-0. Southern Oregon, the #1 team in the nation, in the lead over Bushnell. Back after this to start the 6th inning. Sarah Martin returns to the circle on the Bushnell streaming network. Back at Rich Schwab, Sarah Martin back in the circle for inning number 6. Throws a ball. And Kyler Fulton at the plate, leading off this inning. 1-0 pitch is upstairs. Fulton reached on an error. Now she grounds one to Martin. Martin makes the throw yet again.
Batting number 25, R.E. Williams.
You can tell Southern Oregon really knows how to hit those balls right back up the middle. But Martin has been able to avoid the barrels of these bats. Most of these balls have gone into the dirt. There's another grounder. Shyla Mead makes the play, retiring Ari Williams.
Batting number 3, Piper Love.
And now Piper Love. After 2 quick outs recorded by Sarah Martin. Just outside. 1-0 for Piper Love. And on deck, Haley Siva. Grounds it to Kenworthy. Kenworthy makes the throw. Peeler cannot make the pick. Falls out of her glove again. Another error for the Bushnell defense. And the inning will go on. Piper Love reaches first. 2 outs, runner on first for Haley Siva. Fouls off the first pitch. Oh, 1 pitch from Martin. Outside edge, called strike 2. Siva, watch that one go right by her. Painting the edges of the zone. Martin throws the 0-2. Edge of the bat, it's hit deep to right field foul territory. And the count remains 0-2. An uncharacteristically slow offensive performance for the Southern Oregon Raiders. They lead the conference in batting average, runs scored, most offensive statistics. They only have 1 run here in the 6th. All thanks to Sarah Martin. Another foul ball, stays 0-2. The right fielder, Siva, stands in. Outside for the first ball. A lot of fans and parents came up from Ashland for the Raiders to watch their team play. 26-2 record for that team. And that is a good piece of hitting from Siva. Drops into shallow left for a base hit. Now runners at first and second for Southern Oregon, and Sammy Pemberton will step up to the plate.
14, Sam Pemberton.
Pemberton, known for her defense. She started every game this season. Not one of the top hitters on the roster, but she is respectable. 240 with 4 doubles and a triple. 7 RBI. Now a runner in scoring position for her. That pitch from Martin catches the outside edge. Martin has been hitting her spots. Popped up over the fence in right field foul territory. 0-2 count. Martin trying to put away the Raiders again for a 4th straight scoreless inning, but she has a runner threatening from second. 0-2. Skips past the catcher Hamilton, and the runners advance. That was not exactly where Martin wanted to place that pitch. She says, "My bad." And now runners on second and third. Martin's pitch, 1-2, outside. Hamilton stretches out to keep that from going into the backstop. And the count is even with 2 outs, 2-2. 2 runners aboard. Sammy Pemberton at the plate. She grounded out both at bats. Fouls it to the Bushnell dugout. Piper Love, the runner on third. Haley Siva, the runner on second. High leverage situation. 2-2 pitch. Barely caught the edge of the bat for another foul ball. This game has been intense so far. The 2-2 pitch drops in. Called a ball. Not sure where that one missed. Sarah almost started her trot to the dugout. She's going to have to deliver at least one more. Payoff. Had a lot of break on it, and again barely catches Pemberton's bat. You can tell she is spinning that ball hard. Looked like a slider. 3-2 with 2 outs. Both runners can take off. Grounded to Kenworthy. Kenworthy makes the throw. Martin gets out of the 2-out jam. Another scoreless inning, and the score remains 1-0. Southern Oregon on top. Bushnell in this game, and their offense will try to tie it up or take the lead in the bottom of the 6th after this break. Bushnell Beacon softball currently in a dogfight with the #1 team in the nation, Southern Oregon. The offense with a 1-run deficit in the bottom of the 6th. Ayla Davies, the potential freshman of the year, potential pitcher of the year, potential player of the year, certainly hasn't been the reason that the lead isn't as big as Southern Oregon would have expected or hoped. She has been nothing short of excellent today. 5 innings, scoreless ball. 8 strikeouts, no walks. 0-1 pitch, and Gracie Hamilton rolls that one to short, and Pemberton retires her.
Now batting number 24, Taylor Kenworthy.
Turns it over to the leadoff hitter, Kenworthy. Bushnell just hasn't gotten great contact on these hits. Kenworthy chops it to third, and making the throw is Nordahl.
Batting number 11, Brooklyn Rondo.
2 quick outs for Davies. 76 pitches in to her outing. And it's Brooklyn Rondo now. no. Jammed her. It's going to bloop in. Right over Pemberton's head. She tried to dive for it. Out of reach.
Now batting number 19, Riley Peeler.
Just how Rondo drew it up, she is going to get a hit. Her 4th of the season and her 1st of the day. Riley Peeler fouls off the pitch for strike 1. Davies has been able to retire the first 2 batters of the inning, and she's done that quite a bit today. So Bushnell's offense with not a lot of margin for error. Sarah Martin got on board with 2 outs last frame. Wasn't able to advance from there. Fouled back from Peeler. One ball, 2 strikes. Ayla Davies to Riley Peeler. Peeler grounds it to second, and Vanessa Lang makes the play. So again, Bushnell gets a base runner, but isn't able to do much with it. The score remains 1-0 heading into inning number 7. Time running out for Bushnell to time this one up. Sarah Martin will try to keep this a 1-0 ball game when we return after this short break. You're listening to Bushnell Beacon Softball at Rich Schwab Field. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer with you as the Beacons trail 1-0 in the top of the 7th.
Number 12, Faith Moultrie.
And a pinch hitter will step to the plate. Jessica Pistol puts in Faith Moultrie. Moultrie pinch hits for Kennedy Keela, who started at first base. Moultrie takes the first pitch of the at-bat, and it's strike 1 from Martin. Wind picking up, still carrying inwards slightly to the right field side. Moultrie is a lefty bat. Takes ball 1. Moultrie has started all but 3 games in this season, making her 28th appearance. So she's a regular player, got some rest heading into now. Takes ball 2 upstairs. Fresno, California native. Played as a designated player and corner outfielder mostly. Moultrie fouls it off to the left side. And she is one of the best hitters on this ball club, hitting .444. So Pistol putting her in a big spot inside near the ankles of Moultrie for ball 2. Excuse me, ball 3. And the count is full. Martin's payoff pitch, grounded past the glove of Ashlyn Martin. And Moultrie does what she does best.
Now batting number 21, Brooke Nordahl.
Putting the bat on the baseball for a hit. And she will be followed in the order by Brooke Nordahl. That pitch was called a strike. Now the 0-1 pitch from Martin. A bunt attempt goes foul. Nordahl trying to advance Moultrie. Moultrie stole second on that first pitch of the at-bat. She stands on second. Nordahl fouls it off again. She singled in her first at-bat, Nordahl did, and then grounded out to Sarah Martin, the pitcher. Now with a runner in scoring position. No balls, 2 strikes. She grounds it to Martin. The one-hopper throw from Martin is scooped up by Peeler this time. Out number 1. And Moultrie stays at second base. Martin has not given up many hits in this one, but when she has, for the most part, she's been able to strand them on base. And that is a nice throw from Martin again. Across the diamond for out number 2.
Pitching number 34, Violet Loftus.
So Nordahl is retired, and Jessica Pistol going to her bench again. Inserting Violet Loftus in there for Sarah Curling. Loftus hasn't seen quite as much action this season as Moultrie has. Grounds it right down the first base line. Peeler scoops it up, steps on the bag, and that is another scoreless inning in the 7th for Sarah Martin. Martin gets out of another jam. Score remains 1-0, and the Beacons have one more frame to do some damage on the offensive end. Still being blanked by Ayla Davies. She returns for inning number 7. After this, the final frame on the Bushnell streaming network. Here we go. In the bottom of the 7th. And Violet Richardson, who has struck out twice today, leads off. Her team trails 1-0. And she swings at the first pitch of the at-bat. And it lands softly into the glove of the shortstop.
Now batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
Sammy Pemberton. So Richardson not able to do anything on the offensive end today. She's been ultra reliable so far this season, though. Ashlyn Martin swings and misses. Bushnell needs a run to tie. 0-1. Popped up, foul to the right side. And that is out number 2. Martin grounded it to short.
Batting number 26, Sarah Martin.
And it all comes down to Sarah Martin. Beacons have fought hard today. Especially Martin, who allowed only 1 run in the circle. And she also has one of the few Beacons hits on the offensive side. One of 3 to be exact. It's been the Sarah Martin game. She has put the team on her back against a team they should not be this close with on paper. She's down 0-2. Ayla Davies. The pitch is hit into shallow right, and she is on board again. Martin keeps the Beacons alive, as she has all day long.
Batting number 2, Brenna Wilson.
Unfazed against the potential pitcher of the year, Ayla Davies. And here we go. 2 outs, 1 runner on for Brenna Wilson. Martin will not be pinch run for this time. She remains on first. Ball 1 from Davies. That's a heater on the inside edge of the zone, taken by Wilson for a strike. Count is even at 1-1. On deck is Marina Castaneda. Fouled off. One ball, 2 strikes now, 2 outs. Martin on first base. Wind picking up, carrying inwards. Davies. That pitch barely catches the bat, the bottom of the barrel. Nearly a strikeout, but Wilson lives to see another pitch. Davies 1 pitch away, 1 strike away from a complete game shutout. That pitch fouled off. Protective swing by Wilson. Just got the bat on it so she could stay in the at-bat. Wilson's got to do something here. Came into today hitting 136. The 1-2 pitch upstairs. Twos across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Tying run on board. Winning run at the plate. 2-2. Outside. Full count. Really tough spot if you're Brenna Wilson. You don't want to end the game with the bat on your shoulder, as time is called to let Ayla Davies tie her shoe. Tense situation. Beacon's looking for their second conference win. 1-11 currently. 3-2. That pitch skied into center field and caught. Ending this one. A tough one for the Bushnell offense. Ayla Davies completes the shutout. 7 innings, 8 strikeouts, 4 hits allowed. Sarah Martin, the player of the game for Bushnell, for sure. She got 2 of those hits. And in the circle, she was magnificent. Only 5 hits allowed, 1 run allowed, 4 strikeouts. But it's not enough to account for the offensive struggles of Bushnell. You're not going to win any game scoring 0 runs. That's going to be it for game 1. Bushnell
Fans, we do have our tailgater going on today.
moves to 6-19 on the season. 1-12 in conference play. Able to put up a valiant fight against the #1 ranked Southern Oregon Raiders. They'll have another chance to get that next conference win in just a moment. 4 o'clock is the scheduled start time for game 2 of this series against Southern Oregon. We will be back after a short break. Once again, my name is Ryan Oppenheimer. Thank you to everyone who's been listening so far. Stay tuned for game 2 of the series. Bushnell taking on Southern Oregon. Once again, final score of game 1, 1-0. Southern Oregon wins. Welcome back to Rich Schwab Field. 4:12 p.m. the start time of Game 2 of this CCC softball series between Bushnell and Southern Oregon. Last game was a bloodbath. Sarah Martin nearly led her team to a win, but the offense was shut out by Ayla Davies and Southern Oregon. 1-0 loss for Bushnell in Game 1 of this series, and Emily Cole will attempt to get Bushnell their second conference win of 2025. And she's up 0-2 early in this at-bat against Vanessa Lang, who led off both games. And Lang, surprisingly, was kept off the base paths by Sarah Martin altogether in Game 1. 0-2 pitch from Cole. Too high. It was raining during the game break, but it's dry for now. Cole calls time. Wants a different ball after that last pitch was a little bit out of control. One-two pitch from Cole. Doesn't get the call. Just outside. And the count's even at 2 apiece. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. Welcome back into the Bushnell live stream for another action-packed Bushnell softball weekend. That ball fouled backwards. So the starters for SOU with a few key changes, as Fulton is going to get aboard. Excuse me, Vanessa Lang. Lang gets her first hit of the day, leading off against Emily Cole.
Batting number 15, Taylor Fulton.
Now Kaylor Fulton, wearing the hoodie, will step up. Lays down a bunt, and it's a sac bunt. She is retired, but Lang advances to second. 1 out on the board.
Batting number 12, Faith Moultrie.
And Faith Moultrie will step in. Bushnell has had their pitching and defense on point today. Cole's delivery is on the outside edge for strike 1. A 1 pitch. Outside. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Good amount of folks in attendance for this showdown. Nice pitch from Cole. Getting the swing and a miss. Outside, Bushnell fans wanted the call there. Count is 2-all. Vanessa Lang on first for Moultrie. On second, I mean, and that ball lands right on the foul line. I'm not sure it did. Just foul. That was a great attempt at a diving catch from Brenna Wilson. Nearly got to it. But it's called foul ball, and Moultrie will retreat back to the box. So last game was a pitcher's duel between Sarah Martin and Ayla Davies, a 1-0 win for Southern Oregon. Bushnell's last conference series was a sweep at the hands of number 2 Oregon Tech. Now they face perhaps an even tougher opponent in number 1 Southern Oregon. But so far they've stayed close with them. 2-2 pitch is outside, filling up the count. Moultrie has been patient. (3-2). Popped foul. And the count stays full with 1 out. Cole deals. And that's the first walk for Cole. It's actually the first walk of the day for either team. There were 0 walks issued by either pitcher earlier in game 1. Moultrie gets aboard. Now 2 runners on base for Ari Williams, who steps to the plate. The lefty batter. Williams takes ball 1. Couple changes in the field for the Beacons. Of course, Emily Cole starting at pitcher. Maddie Fullenwider, the new first baseman, as Cole gets Williams reaching for that pitch. 1-1 the count. Two one. On deck is Piper Love. Half swing over to short, and the force out at second. Nice flip from Taylor Kenworthy for out number 2. At third now is Vanessa Lang with 2 outs. Now the sun comes out. And Piper Love will step in with runners at the corners. Hit hard foul. That was right down the middle of the strike zone. And Love was just a bit late. So strike 1. Cole's pitch. Grounded to Shyla Mead at second base. Underhand flip to first. And that's the inning. Cole survives a couple base runners. We saw Sarah Martin do that last game. And another scoreless inning put up by the Bushnell defense. First look at the Bushnell offense in game 2 after this short break. Bottom of the first coming up. A fresh start for the Bushnell offense, who was blanked in game one, shut out by the star freshman pitcher for Southern Oregon, Ayla Davies, but this time they will face Kate Fodge. Katie Fodge, a senior from Bethel, Washington. A 5.25 ERA. So Davies starts the bulk of the games, a workhorse for the Southern Oregon team, but Fodge gets rotated in there quite a bit. A ball and a strike so far to the leadoff hitter, Taylor Kenworthy. A lot of blue in the sky right now. One ball, one strike. Kenworthy swings and gets on top of it. Count is now 1-2. Not a lot of leadoff hitters got aboard for the Beacons last game. Fodge's pitches outside. And now the 2-2. Swung at, hit to third on a hop, and the throw to first is not caught by the first baseman, Siva. It looked like she dropped it on the ground. Excuse me, she definitely did catch that ball. That was out number one. In fact, a very nice stretch from Siva. First pitch of the at-bat is skied to shallow center by Brooklyn Rondo. And that's a quick 2 outs.
Now batting number 19, Riley Peeler.
Riley Peeler steps to the plate with 2 outs. Has earned the spot as the third hitter in the lineup. Came in today hitting .322. The junior transfer by way of SWAC, Southwestern Oregon Community College. Now the count at 1-1, and that pitch is low and outside for ball 2. Peeler swings at it, and it's a dribbler down the first base line. Easy play for Siva. That's the end of the first. Beacon's not able to do much. Score stays 0-0 after 1. Cole remains in the circle after this short break. Second inning action now from Rich Schwab Field in now sunny Springfield, Oregon. Welcome back to Bushnell Softball. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. Scoreless game in Game 2 with Southern Oregon up to bat. It's Haley Siva, the first baseman, taking ball one, waiting the second pitch, swing and a miss. Well-placed pitch from Cole. On the lower outside corner. One. Popped up. Peeler, or Ashlyn Martin under it, catches it in foul territory.
Number 14, Sam Pemberton.
That's out number one. Sammy Pemberton, the next to face Cole. Has started both games today at shortstop. In fact, she started every game this season. Grounded out in all three of her at-bats earlier today. Hit it deep into foul territory and nearly tracked down. Not quite. Peeler got the start at first base last game, now in right field. And she was unable to get under that ball. So 1 ball, 1 strike. Check swing. Did she go? Nope. And it was upstairs for ball 2. Next pitch. Grounded into the glove of Kenworthy and the throw off line. Goes out of play, so an extra base for Pemberton. And Avery Coffin getting her first start of the day.
That batting number 24, Avery Coffin.
Will dig in. Coffin grew up in Eugene. She returns home today. Played at Sheldon High School with Ashlyn Martin. Good pitch for strike 1. A 1 pitch. Swung at. Shallowly hit to third. And that's an out. Another good throw from Ashlyn Martin, retiring her former high school teammate. Won a couple state championships together. Sarah Curling now. Center fielder. Takes ball 1 low. Cole working with a runner on third base. That is Sammy Pemberton, hoping to score with 2 outs. No sac fly opportunity for Curling. Swung at and fouled. And the count is even. Excuse me, 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Cole lines, delivers. Barely caught the bat. Foul tip into the mitt. At least that's what it looked like. So now 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Cole with a chance to get out of this. Low and away. Ball number 3. Full count now. The pitch. Spoiled by Curling. Another 3-2. Swung on top of it. Top of the second inning. Still scoreless. Cole looking to carry over momentum from a tremendous Sarah Martin start in Game 1. So far, so good. Cole's pitch. Gets the call. Strike 3 on Curling, and that ends the inning. Still scoreless. Bushnell pitchers have done their job today. 1.5 innings in. Bottom of the second action after this on the Bushnell streaming channel. Welcome back to Rich Schwab Field. Sarah Martin, the star of Game 1, will take her first at-bat of Game 2 against Katie Fodge. First pitch swinging and fouling it off. Martin showed some strikeout stuff during her start in the circle that game and got through that entire game mostly unscathed, except for a kind of a fluke play comebacker that led to a throwing error by Martin and a run scoring. Martin pounds that into the dirt, grounds it to second base, and she is retired.
Batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
Ashlyn Martin will now take her first at-bat of the day. Of the game, I mean. Didn't reach base in Game 1. Fouls off strike 1. Had a fly out, a pop out, and a ground out. She's at her best in key moments with runners in scoring position. Double-digit RBIs. One of the only players on this team with that number. 2-1 the She's down 0-2. Fodge's pitch taken outside. One and two. Grounded softly to third. And the play made. Avery Coffin.
Now batting number 3, Gracie Hamilton.
Making the play. So both high school teammates have gotten each other out in this game. They're both starting at third base. So 1-0 count now to Gracie Hamilton, who has started both games at catcher. Takes ball 2 and awaits the 2-0. Fouls it right back into the fence. When it's sunny out here at Rich Schwab Field, it gets really beautiful. High fly ball, diving catch made in the right field foul territory, ending the inning. What a play that was. Ari Williams. Still scoreless after 2. Back after this. Back now for the third inning, and so is Emily Cole, who has pitched 2 scoreless innings so far in a scoreless ball game. Game 2 of this series versus Southern Oregon at Rich Schwab Field. Raiders batter at the plate is Vanessa Lang. She takes ball 1 low and in. Awaits the second pitch from Cole. Swings at it, fouls it to the left side. Lang, one of the 3 transfers from San Mateo College. Coach Jessica Pistol loves to recruit from there. Ball 1, or 1 ball, 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Lang got her first hit of the day in her last at-bat. It was a single, but she was stranded. Outside, just barely missed. And the count is even. These stands nearly fully filled at Rich Schwab. Both fan bases came to support. And the Count stays at 2-2. And the rain and the wind have both calmed down just in time for this one. 2-2. Skips in. Cole still looking for her first out of the inning. Lang working a long at bat. Gives that one a good ride out of the park. Left field foul territory. A well-timed swing. Cole's pitch. Swung at, grounded to Martin, and another nice throw to retire the first Raider batter.
Batting number 15, Kaylor Fulton.
Now the senior Kaylor Fulton could potentially be an All-American when this season is said and done. Had a sacrifice bunt in her first at-bat. She did reach on an error in game 1, but so far her average has dipped from a ridiculous 489 coming into today. Ball 1. $1,059 OPS also coming into today. Takes a strike. Half swing to Taylor Kenworthy. Kenworthy comes on for the play. Boy, infielders are getting off some high velocity throws today. And now Faith Moultrie. That pitch taken outside. Another strong inning so far for Emily Cole. One ball, one strike to Moultrie. Swings at the next pitch, and it lands in foul territory. Moultrie gets the start in game 2 as she usually does. Rested in game 1 before she came in as a pinch hitter and reached base. 1-2 with 2 outs. Low and outside. And the count is even at 2. Moultrie takes that pitch. Nowhere near the zone. And now it's a full count. Cole will have to throw another pitch after that's called foul. Moultrie returns. Just had that happen. She's had that happen to her twice today now. A close call. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Spoils the payoff. Moultrie was an all-Cascade Conference honorable mention last year and may be on her way to an all-conference nod this year. Another foul ball. It's a very long at-bat. That's the strength of this Southern Oregon ball club. They can really wear out pitchers, work long at-bats, and get solid contact up the middle. Not that time, though. Cole gets the strikeout on the pitch low and away. Another scoreless frame for Bushnell, and their offense will look to capitalize in the bottom of the 3rd after this break. Welcome back to Bushnell Beacon softball. Second game of this doubleheader coming right at you. It's a scoreless ball game. I'm Ryan Oppenheimer, as currently Brenna Wilson is up to bat against Kate Fodge. Fodge has been economical so far. 19 pitches in. Hasn't allowed a thing. No strikeouts, no walks, no hits. Now a 2-1 count to Brenna Wilson. Foul backwards. Wilson doubled in game 1. It was one of the only hits for Bushnell back in the 2nd inning of that game. And she pounds that one up the middle. Scooped up by the shortstop, and that's an out.
Batting number 34, Maddie Fullenweider.
Pemberton with another infield assist. And it's Maddie Fullenweider's turn. Seeing her first action at the plate. Didn't play in game 1. Takes ball 1 outside. Fullenweider, a native of Medford, pretty close to Ashland, where Southern Oregon is located. And she grounds out Pemberton with another play.
Batting number 5, Shyla Mead.
Shyla Mead now. She was flexed out of the batting lineup in game 1. Now bats in the 9th spot. She comes from Roseburg, but played with Maddie Fullenweider at the College of the Siskiyous. transferred over the same year as Fullenwider. Both juniors. Now 1 ball, 1 strike to her. 1-1 is fouled into her foot. Ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Pitch breaks outside. It's taken. So if Meade can get aboard, it'll be back to the top of the order. Meade pops it up. Under it is the first baseman, Haley Siva, for the 3rd out of the bottom of the 3rd. So that's 3 innings, 3 scoreless frames for both teams. 0-0 the score heading into inning number 4. Emily Cole returns to the circle after this short break. You're listening to Bushnell Softball. Three scoreless innings so far for Emily Cole, and she returns for a 4th inning. Faces Ari Williams first. Called a ball low and away. Next pitch. Fouled up in the air and back. Now 1 ball, 1 strike. Also due up is Piper Love and Haley Siva. Williams awaits the 1-1 and whiffs at it. Williams is one of the tougher outs on this roster. Came in today with a 1,073 OPS. Swings at the pitch and fouls it off. No score through the 3rd inning. Cole trying to keep it that way. 1-2 pitch just outside. And a grounder up the middle sneaks through for a base knock. Williams is on board for the first time in this game. And the first time of the day. Thanks to Sarah Martin's dominance, Williams was kept off the base paths in game 1. And now Piper Love, a .333 hitter coming into today, grounds it to Emily Cole. She makes the throw to first. Very quick out. Advancing to second is Ari Williams. And with 1 out, here is Haley Siva. That pitch missed outside. far, it feels like the umps have called a fairly tight zone, but it hasn't led to many walks. 2 balls, no strikes. Cole's pitch in there for the first strike. So we'll watch that one. 2-1. Swung at, hit hard, just foul. Would have been probably a double if it was fair. Siva's got good bat speed, and she is tied with Ari Williams for the team lead in homers with 2. Only 2 doubles though, and 1 triple. Senior from Granite Bay, California, pops that one up, foul. Had 23 extra base hits last season, which was enough to make the second team all-conference. She also made the NAIA All-World Series team. Excuse me, All-Tournament team. And she's been a heavily utilized bench bat for Jessica Pistol. Payoff pitch from Cole. Swing and a miss. That's a strikeout for Cole. That's her 3rd of the day.
Batting number 14, Sam Pemberton.
Such an impressive showing so far from the Beacons pitchers. And Pemberton is next. Inside at the waist. Called a strike. That one deep to the left center gap, and it's run down. Brooklyn Rondo with a rangy defensive play. And that's the end of the top of the 4th. Emily Cole is dialed in today, just like her teammate Sarah Martin was in Game 1. No score after 3.5. We'll be back for the Bushnell offense after this. The lineup turns over for Bushnell as they look for some semblance of offensive momentum here. Haven't scored a run through about 1.5 games of action here today against Southern Oregon. That's a comebacker on the first pitch of the at-bat. Kenworthy is on board with a single. That one hit a little bit too hard for Fodge to react to it. And Kenworthy is aboard. Her first hit of the day in the series. A back pick attempt, and she thought about it and didn't throw it. Kenworthy was feigning a steal to bunt. And it's 1-1. This is a decent offensive chance for Bushnell. They don't typically get their leadoff runner on, especially not today. Sacrifice bunt, perfectly executed by Rondo. TK at second base.
Now batting number 19, Riley Peeler.
And now it's time for Riley Peeler. Is that a double play? It's a line out to short and a force out at second. What a play from Pemberton. Before I could even catch my breath, Pemberton returns to essentially by herself. And that is another quick frame. No score after 4. Emily Cole returns to the circle after this. Not even an hour into this ball game, we're already through 4 innings. And Emily Cole remains in the circle. No score. It's been a defensive day for both of these teams. Emily Cole's first pitch is a ball upstairs to Avery Coffin. That one skips past the catcher Hamilton. (2-0) from Cole. Drops in just too low. And Coffin is ahead. That's a strike. Taken by Coffin at the waist and inside. And Coffin takes the ball. And a walk issued by Cole. So, Southern Oregon gets their leadoff woman aboard. And it's Sarah Curling's turn now. She squares to bunt. Hamilton tried to run it down and ran into the umpire as soon as she popped out of the squat. Not sure she would have been able to get to it anyway, but got to be at least a little bit frustrating if you're Hamilton. Strike one. Low and away from Cole. Count now tied up. Curling struck out in her last at-bat. Her second of the day over the 2 games. 0 for 4 in game 1. Hit into the outfield. That is a slow dribbler that Kenworthy could not get to.
How about number 22, Vanessa Lang?
Cole got pretty weak contact on that ball, but Curling put it just exactly where it needed to be. Would have been a very impressive play if Kenworthy were to be able to pick that. So 1 out. Excuse me, no outs and 2 runners on. Vanessa Lang now 1 for 2. And ahead 1-0. She squares to bunt. That is perfectly placed down the third baseline. Martin can't get to it in time, and the bases are juiced. It's been a defensive showdown so far, but this is a really tough spot for Cole. Pinch hitting now is Christy Tadvik. A utility player in her senior season, transferred from Bellevue Community College. Grew up in Monroe, Washington. And she comes on in a really, really big situation. So a lot of trust from Jessica Pistol. That's a heater from Cole, high and inside. And it's called a strike. 0-1 to Pistol. Excuse me, Tadvik is popped up and caught by Kenworthy.
How about number 12, Faith Moultrie?
And Faith Moultrie now stands in. That time it was Tadvik pinch hitting for Kayla Fulton. And 1 out now after the pop up to short. Moultrie takes ball 1. A lot of margin for error for the Raiders. Well placed pitch on the outside edge for the first strike. Cole's 1-1. Ari Williams now. Just outside from Cole. Would be really impressive to see Cole get out of this jam. If not, could be consequential. That was hit pretty hard by Williams out of play. Count is even at 1. Williams singled last time up. And that's another good piece of hitting into shallow left. It will score 2 runs. Excuse me. The second runner called out at the plate, I believe. What a throw from Wilson in left field. That's it. After 1 run scores on the hit from Ari Williams. So her second hit of the day, plates 1 run, nearly plated 2. Cole Keeps the damage, though, at 1 thanks to the nice defensive throw from Wilson. 1-0 the score after 4.5. Bushnell will look to respond after this. The tie has been broken as Southern Oregon able to put 1 run on the board in the top of the 5th. And now Kate Fodge remains in the circle. Strike 1 fouled off by Sarah Martin. Martin now pounds that one into the turf. It finds the glove of Coffin. And that is out number 1.
Batting number 9, Ashlyn Martin.
Ashlyn Martin now. First pitch from Fodge, low and away for ball 1. So the 2 Martins batting next to each other in the order. Martin skies that one to deep center. Tracking that down. Sarah curling out number 2.
Now batting number 3, Gracie Hamilton.
And now Gracie Hamilton digs in with 2 outs. I talked a lot about the Beacons pitching, holding the Raiders to just 2 total runs, but the Southern Oregon pitching may be even better. That's a swing and a miss from Hamilton, evening the count at 1-1. Fodge has been really good, and so was Ayla Davies in game 1. That breaks outside for ball 2. Half swing, it goes into fair territory, and it's an easy put out for Love. Unfortunate bounce there. Thought it was going to go foul. It did not. And that's the end of the 5th. Bushnell, again, unable to put a run on the board. And we head to the 6th on the Bushnell streaming channel after this. Piper Love stands in, took ball 1, and now takes ball 2 from Emily Cole here in the top of the 6th. It's a 1-run, 1-0 ball game with Southern Oregon in the lead, just like last game. That was the final score of game 1. Another very good pitching performance from a Bushnell pitcher. Emily Cole has just done this time and time again this season and last season. But now she's behind 3-0. Does that catch the zone? It does not. Low and inside by the ankles. And a leadoff walk issued by Cole. Cole may be starting to lose a little bit of control. She loaded the bases with no outs last inning and managed to get out of the jam, allowing only 1 run. That pitch skips past Hamilton. It bounces pretty hard off of the backstop, and Love holds up at first. So no balls, 1 strike. Love lays down a bunt. It's a sac bunt. Love advances to second.
Batting number 14, Sam
Cole retires the first out. 93 pitches in. 5 pitches, 1 out. 5 innings and 1 out so far. 1 earned run, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. And we may be getting a pinch run.
Running a second, number 17, Gia Almont.
Gia Almont will take over at second base for Piper Love. And Gracie Hamilton wants to talk things over with Emily Cole for a little bit. 1-0 the score. Raiders on top of the Beacons in this CCC battle. Beacons have put up a fight, at least on the defensive end. Haven't scored a run yet in either game, but only have allowed 2 runs total. That pitch in the lower inside corner from Cole for a strike. Sammy Pemberton at the plate. 1 for 2. Drops in there for strike 2. Pemberton with a conservative approach so far, daring Cole to throw strikes, and she's done exactly that. Now throws the 0-2. Popped high in the air in foul territory, right field, over the wall into the bullpen. And the count stays at 0-2. Pemberton reached on a single and then advanced to second on an error back in the 2nd inning. Was stranded though. Pitches upstairs, fouled away. Cole now doing a better job finding the strike zone. 0-2 pitch at the knees and inside. One ball now. Nobody aboard, 1 out. Excuse me. Almont is on second. That one hit hard and foul. Got to get to 2 outs as quickly as possible when you give up the leadoff walk. And that was a half swing. Ball goes into shallow right field, and it will score a run. Almont rounds third and slides into home. 2-0 lead now for the Southern Oregon Raiders.
How about number 24, Avery Coffin?
Her bat stayed in the zone for a long time and put it right through the 3-4 gap. And that one hit hard and foul. Avery Coffin nearly got herself a double with that swing. Coffin is 0 for 1. Took a walk earlier, though. And she swings at that. Grounds it to Martin at third. First pitch skips in, but Sarah Curling didn't pull back quickly enough. It's strike 1. Cole's pitch is upstairs this time. 1 ball, 1 strike now. With 2 outs, runner on first. Check swing. And it's a ball. Sarah Curling 1 for 2 with a strikeout in this ball game. Ahead 2-1. Cole's pitch blowing away. And a hitter's count for Curling. Southern Oregon has scored in 2 consecutive innings. Now in the 6th. Hit hard up the middle by Curling. And in there safely at second is Coffin. She had to slide in there. A timely throw from Rondo. And Cole's going to get a conversation with Jim Patrick and the rest of her infield. Not sure if Patrick will go with a new arm right now. There's been a lot of good in Cole's performance today. As she sits with 2 outs in the 6th with a couple base runners on, having allowed 2 runs. She will remain. Runners on first and second. It's Vanessa Lang now. Cole responds, throws a strike that Lang watches. Lang's been a tough out in this one after being blanked in the first game. A 1 pitch, low at the ankles. Coffin on second base. Hit hard and foul. The count is 1 ball, 2 strikes. And the 1-2 from Cole is popped to center And Rondo runs it down. So Bushnell able to keep the damage at 1 run once again. Score is 2-0. Bushnell still yet to score in this series against Southern Oregon. They have 2 more innings to do so. Another chance against Kate Fodge when we come back after this. Here we go in the bottom of the 6th. You're listening to Bushnell Softball on the Bushnell streaming channel. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. Bushnell yet to score in this series so far. And trying to start a rally now is Brenna Wilson. Pitch from Fodge drops in. Now 2 balls, 1 strike. Another strike from Fodge. That was a solid pitch to hit. But Wilson watches it. And a strikeout. Fodge has been very good. Maybe her best performance of the season. 5 innings, 1 out. Scoreless softball, excuse me. 1 strikeout. But her defense has really come through for her. 47 pitches in the 6th inning. Man, she has been so efficient. Maddie Fullenwider will get a base hit. That was actually closer than I expected it to be. Fullenwider reaches first.
Shyla Mead.
Williams tried the 9-3 put out there. That would have been impressive. Fullenwider manages to get the single. Shyla Mead now. A 1 pitch. Mead lays down a bunt. Doesn't get to first, but Fullenwider takes second. Bushnell trying the small ball, just attempting to manufacture some runs here. They need it more than ever.
24, Taylor Kenwin.
So far, the offense has let down the defense. Nothing doing. No runs scored through 12 innings of ball. Not a competitive swing there from Kenworthy. That pitch just died into the dirt. No balls, 1 strike. Fodge deals just outside. Dylan Wider stands on second. Pitches outside and pushed foul. And that's the second strike. Fodge grounds it straight to first. And that's the third out of the inning. 15 straight scoreless innings for the Beacons. One inning remains in this doubleheader against Southern Oregon. Emily Cole returns to the circle. And we'll see what happens in the final inning of ball after this. Emily Cole has been very good so far against a formidable Southern Oregon offense. Her team has asked a lot of her today, and she's going to try to keep this a 2-run ball game heading into the bottom of the 7th. Welcome back to Bushnell softball. Emily Cole and Sarah Martin have been very good today, but it's at risk of being wasted. 2 balls, no strikes. That pitch was low and away to Kaylor Fulton, who re-enters the game after being pinch hit for a couple innings ago. She's up 3-0. Cole has walked the leadoff batter a couple times today. It's been happening more and more as this game has gone on. That's a strike, though. Half swing over the foul line. Martin almost got to it before it went foul. And it's a full count to the leadoff hitting Fulton. That's fair. Fielded by Martin, and a nice throw to first for out number 1.
How about number 12, Faith Moultrie?
Beacon's defense needs 2 more. Cole now faces Faith Moultrie. That goes foul. Southern Oregon has scored in the 5th and the 6th. And that's proven to be enough. Moultrie pulled back on that bunt attempt, and the pitch landed in the zone. So it's 0-2 now to Moultrie. Slapped, foul. Moultrie reached on a fielder's choice in her last at-bat. Ari Williams is on deck. Who had the RBI single. Cole does not want to have any runners on base when she faces Williams. Slapped foul to the dugout. Oh, 2 to Moultrie. She takes. That's ball 1, low and away. The put away pitches haven't been quite there for Cole since the beginning of this game. That's ball 2. She needs her best stuff here in this spot against Moultrie. Half swing, grounded to Kenworthy at short. And she makes the play for out number 2.
Batting number 25, Ari Williams.
And that just leaves Ari Williams, so Cole able to keep the bases empty for her. That misses for ball 1 from Cole. Cole is through 6.2 innings, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, and 2 earned runs. Now 2 balls and no strikes to Williams. Just misses upstairs. Nearly grazed the helmet of Williams, who really hugs the plate. 3-0 outside, called a strike. Cole remains fighting. 3-1 pitch, that misses. And the 4th walk issued by Cole.
Batting number 3, Piper Love.
Piper Love stands in. No RBIs yet on the day. 2 outs and a runner on first. Swings at the first pitch, slices it foul. Cole 1 out away from a scoreless frame. Love's hit. It goes right into Kenworthy's glove. A shallow pop out. And that is going to end the 7th for Southern Oregon. 1 more chance remains for Bushnell to get on the board on this Friday afternoon. They were shut out in game 1. They've been shut out in game 2. And they will face Katie Fodge one last time for a chance to force extras or walk it off. Bottom of the 7th after this on the Bushnell streaming network. Beacons down by 2 here in game 2 of this series versus the national #1 Southern Oregon Raiders. And the Bushnell defense has come to play today. But they need their offense to do just anything at all. 15 innings, 0 runs for the Bushnell batting lineup. Trying a drag bunt is Brooklyn Rondo. Trying to get something to go her way, but doesn't make contact with the ball. It's 1-1. Two. Rondo is 0 for 1 on the day. Swing and a miss, drop strike 3, but will she get to first? She does! That ball skipped into the backstop. Rondo hustled to first, and the throw from Piper Love was not in time. A beacon of hope for Bushnell.
Now batting number 19, Riley Peeler.
Riley Peeler will look to get this rally going. Sarah Martin is on deck today. On deck right now, and Violet Richardson getting a rest today in this game, cheering on her teammate Riley Peeler. So Richardson not a part of this game too. Peeler grounds that one through the middle. It's a single. And the tying run is aboard. Sarah Martin will look to drive at least one of these home with no outs.
Number 26, Sarah Martin.
Fodge facing the most pressure she has all game long. It's been really the game of her season so far. And she will be removed from the game.
Pitching 0-0, Ayla Davies.
Ayla Davies, who pitched a shutout in game 1, will come on to pitch one more. She is so fantastic. The star freshman relieves Fodge. And Fodge hasn't even had even a slightly bad game. She has been fantastic so far, but when you have a player like Davies sitting on your bench with a chance to close it out in a high-pressure situation, I understand Jessica Pistol's decision. So Davies returns to face Sarah Martin, who has been Bushnell's best player so far. Martin steps in, digs into the righty box. And the first pitch from Davies. In there for strike, and Rondo steals third. That was a really close play. That was actually low, called ball one. And And Pistol is talking to the umpire about it. The call stays as is. Rondo didn't get a great jump on that, but the throw was just a tad offline, allowing Rondo to slide in. Count is even at 1-1 for Sarah Martin, with now 2 runners in scoring position. So Peeler reached with the single. She now takes second base, a double steal. Martin, big hack. And no contact. Martin's been feeling it today. No dice. Was swinging for the fences on that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taken by Martin, and it's called strike 3. Out number 1. That was by Martin's feet. And again, she just could not believe that was called strike 3. Davies gets the strikeout on Martin, a big one. And now faces Ashlyn Martin. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. So Bushnell got 2 runners aboard with no outs. They have a little bit of room for error, but not the way they wanted to get their first out. Davies' pitch fouled straight backwards into the fence. Ashlyn Martin 0 for 2 on the day. In game 1, she didn't reach base either. Martin skies that one over the fence. 0-2 count. 1 out. Tying run on second base. Winning run at the plate. The 0-2 from Davies. Hit hard to left field. Run down. Rondo taking off from third. She scores. It's 2-1. In at third base safely is Peeler. 2 outs now. And this is the biggest at-bat of the day. Guess who? Violet Richardson enters this game for the first time today. She got the rest after struggling a bit in game 1. Didn't reach base.
Number 15, Violet Richardson.
And now, with the tying run at third, Richardson will take perhaps the biggest at-bat of her season. A chance to knock off the number 1 ranked Southern Oregon Raiders. They need 2 runs to do so. Facing the ace for Southern Oregon, Ayla Davies. Strike 1 down the middle. Taken by Richardson. Power on power. Swing and a miss. Count is 0-2. Ayla Davies has 9 strikeouts on the day, 1 in this game, 8 in game 1. Richardson, 5 home runs on the season. Takes ball 1 just upstairs. Fans on the edge of their seats right now on both sides. Southern Oregon on the verge of going to 28-2 on the year. The pitch popped up. Davies under it, called off by Vanessa Lang. And that's the game. Final score 2-1. Violet Richardson not able to come through in that big moment. It was Avery Coffin who tracked down that final ball from Richardson, a foul out. So that's it. The Beacons able to put 1 run on the board in the 11th hour, the bottom of the 7th, but it wasn't enough. They dropped the first game 1-0 and the second game 2-1. Both pitchers played amazing for Bushnell. Sarah Martin, a 1-run complete game in game 1, and in game 2, a 2-run complete game from Emily Cole. Both pitchers are credited with losses. And that's kind of been the story of the season so far for the now 6-20 Bushnell Beacons, who are 1-13 in conference play. They got so close to knocking off the national #1. What a story that would have been. They'll have 2 more chances tomorrow. But as it stands, Bushnell hasn't gotten a win since they beat Carroll in game 2 of that series. 2 more games tomorrow against Southern Oregon. The first one starts at 11 a.m. And if all goes according to plan, 2 p.m. will be the start of the second one. Excuse me, I think 1 p.m. is the start of that second game. Yes, that is correct. 2-1 the final score of game 2 of this doubleheader between Bushnell and Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon comes out on top of both games. You've been listening to Bushnell Softball on the Bushnell Streaming Network. My name is Ryan Oppenheimer. Thank you to everyone who makes these broadcasts possible. Thank you to Nick Askew for keeping a relationship with KWVA, allowing us to do this. Thank you to everyone at Bushnell watching. And for myself, Ryan Oppenheimer, this has been Bushnell Beacons Softball. See you tomorrow.